Ba-bam. Bam. All right, so we're going to have all three of these on here. So let me get delete all the drawings on that one. Okay, and I can remove, yeah, that looks good. I think that will do it. Okay, so we're on the 3-minute chart. We're starting out on, we'll start out on Sunday. We'll work our way forward, and then we are going to go into, we'll do the other stuff, like the, uh-oh, hold on, oops. Fuck that up. There we go. That's cool. You can do all three of them. Okay, finally. There we go. Got it. The pain. We'll study on the 3-minute, and then obviously we'll change. Let's go up, actually. We'll start off with the 10-minute here, and then we'll drop down for entry criteria. Yeah, can you see it? Yeah, it says I'm sharing my screen, so hopefully you can see it. Okay, cool. All right, all three are on the 10-minute here, and we'll just go through and look at the best setups here. All right, so we kind of had like a right off the bat coming into the opening here on Sunday night. We had a situation where we gapped up a little bit, and then Nasdaq went above the session high, and then ES did not. So let's see what I honestly don't remember what even happened on this day. So where are the replay controls? There we go. And it, okay. Now you guys can see I'm glad you asked, because I didn't even realize I wasn't sharing it. Let's just go forward here so we can look back and see on some of the best setups here. Okay. Yeah, Monday was that really strange trading session. Overnight, there definitely was a really big move down there. So right here we have an SMC soup. I think that's pretty fire. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because YouTube is using the OBS to view it. That's probably why it was different. Let's see how many points that is. I don't know if it's really like A plus worth studying. It's kind of like a weird time that I wouldn't be trading. What about the opening here? That was a tricky opening too. Yeah, I don't really see anything here that's like really worth studying, honestly. Let's keep it pushing, I guess. Let's look at YM just in case. Yeah, really just kind of a choppy ass nasty session, really. All right. Okay, that move up there is pretty fire on the Asia session. I think that's probably worth studying there. Let's check it out. The rest of this to me isn't really worth studying because it was like you would have had to have been like it took a lot of heat. It didn't really move. It didn't know one time framing, nothing really to be super excited about. But this is a 200-point move and a one time framed up the whole way just about. So let's see what's up with it. See if there's even a setup there. So you have a cracking correlation there. All right, let's drop down and see if there was a viable entry. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't look very good. Yeah, nada. All right. It's kind of like one of those weird ones. I don't see a way of, really like getting into it. We'll see if it taps here, but I don't think it even did that. No, I guess it did tap into it. Let's check it out. So you have this cracking correlation here where ES doesn't get below the New York session, the previous New York session. And then Nasdaq completely does. It's just the entry's kind of shit. All right, let's keep pushing. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't have to force it and cherry pick too much. All right, there we go. Now we got some volatility there. We can kind of check it out. Okay, so you had this early morning. Yeah, how did I miss it? I remember that. I remember this this session here. It's kind of crazy now that I look at it. How did I miss it? All right, let's break it down here. This entry, this pre-market entry here. Okay, so they both cooked up here, redelivering, and this is a good example. There's like nowhere left for this to really redeliver higher. So I think if we watch what happens here, it'll be pretty noticeable between the two of these assets. So now we're like 8:30, 9 a.m. And then bam. All right. So this right here, if you guys remember, I totally did not notice this in the moment. I was like late to the stream and I only had like 5 minutes to get ready, but you had Nasdaq here making lower highs, while ES is over here making higher highs. That's definitely something it's kind of unusual and definitely needs to be noted. And then you had the break of your strong low on Nasdaq there. You had the break and then the SIR entry. So if we remember the 3-point reversal system we came up with a while back, that was I probably need to refocus my attention on. So the first is redelivery complete, which we looked to the left and there's just nowhere left for it to really redeliver. It was all done. It's all been redelivered. There's nothing left for it to redeliver. And then second step was the cracking correlation. So we had redelivery complete to cracking correlation. And then the third thing that you would want to see for reversal is the SIR, break of the market structure, and then a failure swing. So check, check, check. So you had all three checked right here. So then there's the SIR entry. I just didn't notice this in the moment. I don't know why I missed it, but I definitely dropped the ball on it. So actually it's really, really, really clean here. And then you had a secondary cracking correlation here. ES took out that high right there. Nasdaq did not. And then the order flow is bearish as well. As you can tell, like you have the perfect redelivery into that doji. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 candles down. It redelivered that perfectly and then drop back down, redelivers back up right to the low of that doji there. Very, very bearish order flow. Yeah, but let's see how we could have got into this safely here. I would count the last swing low that led to a new high, so that would be there. You could on a little bit higher of a time frame, maybe like a 10-minute, it would probably be that one. But here you can see it's the last swing low. So you kind of got to define. You have to have rules around defining highs and lows. So how I define them, because you don't want it to just be a wick, right? Or else, like every single one of these could be highs. So what I've done is I've kind of like decided. For me, a high or low needs to have it needs to be a swing high or swing low. So if you go like this, the low will look like something like that. And so will the high. You'll have like a swing high and a swing. That's what a swing high. That's a pattern of a swing high. So you have a low to the left, lower low, and then low to the right. That makes sense. And then you could honestly say that that would, I mean, it's pretty close, but it's missing the right side. So, okay. So this price is continually stair stepping itself down here. And it's pretty noticeable that this would have been probably the best entry here, like right before the opening. I think any of these are pretty decent entries. That one or that one, and any of these would have been viable. Let's see if ES had anything higher that it would have reached toward. Yeah, again, there's nothing really left except for there's like one area up there. Yeah, see that. We're gonna do a full broadening. I'm gonna have you jump on the voice with me if you're down when we get to the broadening formation part. I want to pick your brain a little bit, brother. And let's see what YM was doing during this time as well. Because you're really good at identifying which ones are viable, like which ones are likely to continue versus not. So we also had a cracking correlation with YM. I just want to note that. I'm going to start looking at how it interacts with the rest of these indices. Maybe I've been missing out on some edge there. Okay, and then target, we had a gap fill, perfect gap fill. So here's the previous day's closing price. Would have been right there. Let's go to regular trading hours and take a look here and see how that looks. Yeah, so we opened up with a big gap, right? Huge gap. Kept it pushing all the way down. And then we have this pretty New York session bounce area here that's pretty obvious that it needs to be redelivered to. Open loop there. It's crazy how different the market looks, right? When you zoom out and have it on regular trading hours versus normal hours. Definitely completely different looking. And then actually I'd already redelivered that during the Asia session. And let's see where this goes here. Curious, yeah, drop down into that area. And then this would have been like the very last area that need to be redelivered. You have like this funky looking, it almost looks like an order block on a 3-minute, but I think it's actually doji. Yeah, it's 10-minute doji. Okay. Yeah, beautiful beautiful setup there. So let's look at which one should we look at for entry here? I think that right before the opening, that would have been really cool. You know, as it pushed up to there and rejected that low time frame balance area there pretty cleanly. Probably would have been the best entry there by far. And if you notice here, like if we kind of zoom out, I think something that's important to note here is something that I miss sometimes is like there's nowhere left that needs to be redelivered. That's really noticeable, like within the range, right? Like if you look here, all this has already been redelivered. There's really no big drops that haven't been already redelivered, right? There's none left. So it is very telling of which direction is likely to go just based off of that. If you were to look at this, I don't know how I missed that. I think I had a bullish, I don't know why. I think I had a bullish buy. I had that happen to me twice this week where I usually am pretty bearish. I want to take bearish setups like all the time. And the 2 times I chose this week to kind of flip on that and look to take a long, it seemed like I was totally off base. So I just totally had the wrong idea. So, and this was one of them. I think I thought it was going to bounce here. I was like, okay, strong low, you know, maybe, I think when in a rush, I think I identified this as a strong high. But in reality, this is the strong high. So we have a couple things going on here that make this a little bit tricky. So the market structure is still bearish, even though this high got taken out here, but this is a weak high. This high right here did not lead to a break of the previous low. It's inside of that high to low. So this was what really matters from that high to that low. Inside of there is just chop, really. There's not, the market structure is still bearish, right? So my thinking was like this would be considered like a strong low and it would hold, but I wasn't looking at the market structure correctly because the market structure is that's the last high that led to a low. Until this high gets broken out, you know, on zoomed out, you really shouldn't be too bullish. And then this low here led to the break there, and that got broken here. So yeah, there's a lot of reason to be bearish. And then, you know, clearly it needed to redeliver down there. So I should have looked to at least short it down to there. I think that would have been easily, like easy, right? It's pretty easy to like minimal viable target there for sure. Okay, and then we have on the 1 minute here for the entry. If we didn't, I don't think I would have caught that, but this would have been obviously the best entry here would have been this redelivery here. I think we could actually say that the very, very, very last doji there's the balance, but I think safer to just call it that. So if you had a chance to get in there, you definitely could have. If not, any one of these would have worked. I think the last one would have been best because it would have been the less heat you would have to take. It did overshoot that area though by a little bit. So that's your strong high. That's the SIR, and then you have a stair stepping down. That's pretty sweet there. All right, and then one time frame's up to redeliver here right before the opening. You know, if you entered there, you could enter in with quite a few contracts, honestly, if you put your stop there. It's only 6.5 points. You really could trade this on NQ. It would have allowed for that. Let me make sure this is right. Yeah, $250. Yeah. And it calls for 18 of them. Let me put our stop right about the high there. Could be safer to put it up there. I think that probably would have been the better thing. Let's see how many contracts that would call for. Yeah, that'd be 10. I think that's a little bit more something like I probably would have actually done in real time. I don't want to cherry pick and make it unrealistic. Okay, and that's the entry criteria there. So this is kind of an interesting setup here. So I think it's just a 3-point reversal is what it is. It's the best thing to come up with there. And then immediately just hits your minimal viable target within seconds there. And then you have your higher time frame target. Yeah, that's pretty dream. That's pretty dreamy there. You could scale out right there, just in case. A lot of times price immediately comes back up right at the opening, so I think that would be safe to do. And stay in until 1 minute, one time framing ends. And you're easily cooking like 3K on this setup here. And I think one time framing ends there redelivers. I think it actually goes lower, I believe, but don't quote me on that. I can't remember. But then we have the Kraken correlation here. And a possible SMC soup up. Let's see if it ends here. I believe it does. Yeah. All right. So very good setup here. Good way would have been a good way to start the week. That's for sure. 9R trade. Can't really complain about a 9R trade. It's a pretty good setup there. Yeah, super banger. It's a shame I missed it too. Yeah, so this is a gap fill target, fills the gap. You know, really easy, quick trade, painless. Go and screenshot this here. I'll zoom out so I can see everything. Any questions about this, you guys? Yeah, so it's about a $1,700, $1,600 setup there. Not too bad. With scaling out included, not bad at all. Okay, let's look at YM here. Because you have this beautiful area on a YM that obviously needs to be redelivered up to there. And then you have this redelivery here, drop down. Let's see if it keeps going here. Up to target or not. Yeah, like, dude, really close to target there. Looks like it hits the yellow one there. Yeah, goes straight to the low there. All right, let's take a look at that. Right at the opening there, they mean it's pretty big move up that and reversal down there. That's really fire because you had a cracking correlation with it. Isn't it crazy how it doesn't follow the other indices at all, which is kind of, I think, if I wonder if they would have, if so, I know Nasdaq versus ES. If I go long or short, I would get punted. Like if I went short Nasdaq along ES, that would be hedging. I wonder if it's the same way for YM or not. So I'm just thinking, like, if I went short Nasdaq, could I have longed YM here? Would that have been possible? Yeah, beautiful half back to balance there. I think it's 10-minute balance area. Yeah. Yeah, let's take a look at it for entry criteria here. Yeah, there's a broad information there right off the bat too that you can see. Pretty noticeable. Kind of a tricky balance area. I don't know if I would have looked at that as a balance area in the moment, but have to. That's why we're studying. It's almost like the 1 minute is a little bit. I don't know. I probably would have looked for it to come down here, honestly. Okay, so you wait for it to stop one time framing, bottom of the broad information tapped. See how many contracts we could fire off. Yeah, I've only tried a couple times. I just haven't spent the time to learn it. So I thought that this would be a good opportunity to start throwing it in here to start learning it. Okay, so to risk the low there, that would not have been very good. Yeah, and we might have to look at another setup. I don't know if this is viable here. Let's just see how many like if we put in 2 contracts, let's look at the profit on it. See if it's 5-hour trade, it is viable. Because I don't know how many hours of studying I've done on ES and NQ, probably, who knows, say 10,000 hours probably, I would imagine. But I don't think I spent more than a couple on YM, so I think it'd be good to do. So this also right here, no, it doesn't quite get there. Let's see if it does. Yeah, very clean there, how it prints here. Nice, very orderly kind of move up there, that definitely would have been very tradable. $1,700. Yeah, not too bad. All right. I just want to check it out, and we'll keep looking at it as it goes. Okay. Huge cracking correlation right there. So you got ES, and then there was this. I remember this day. Okay, this is that balance area down there. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? We caught that. I caught that short down, if you guys remember. I think I got out somewhere in there, but that short there was probably um the best setup of the day there. I think. Yeah, let's take a look at that short there, because that short there was pretty. Let's see if it's worthy here. Let's measure the points here. Yeah, 236 points, and then price targets. I remember this now. Price comes down to this first pullback and then move up. A lot of times you'll see this where price will come back to the first pullback of moves up. Ooh, I think, yeah, this is the one. This was the one. Yeah, I remember this because it almost did it, but not quite. Almost did it. I think this is that 10-minute balance area Eric kept trying to warn me about. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, maybe it's a hourly bounce area. Yeah, pretty clean there. Maybe it might even be a 4-hour or more of a 4-hour balance area. Yeah, it's a 4-hour balance area. Okay. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 4-hour candles in a row from this area here. Pretty much like an open loop too. Like price had never came back to that high there, and then you take the full balance area. Buyers bought, sellers sold, buyers bought, sellers sold, and then price ripped up, comes right back to sellers sold. Also, that long up there is pretty fire, but let's take a look at this short here because it was by far it's right at the turnaround time. So you got the turnaround time. And then looks like right on cue, we're below the gap at 10:30. Right on cue for that as well. Yeah, right there at 10:30, it goes below the gap. It's definitely something to that. It's just weird how it didn't close that in all the way. It's a very strange one. I think NQ might have. See real quick. Yeah, NQ did. Okay. So NQ actually came up all the way up into that low there, kind of closing that in. Without that, it would have been kind of Kind of tough. Okay, so you get the you get the 9:45 reversal. That this happens a lot. I wouldn't say every session, but I would say a lot of sessions that you get this 10:45 a.m. reversal that kind of occurs. They're supposed to be, but late. They were for a while, Sebastian. They were, and then I don't know, maybe a month and a half ago or something like that. It seems like they're kind of. I know what you're talking about though. They made it so you could switch in between NQ and MNQ. You could have like, let's say you had 10 micros on, you could switch and sell NQ and it would sell your 10 micros or something like that. If you guys know what I'm talking about, where they're supposed to be interchangeable, which means that their price would have to be exact. I'm not sure if they got rid of that or what, but they're definitely a little bit off lately. I've been seeing it quite a bit. Okay. So we have this beautiful 9:45 a.m. kind of reversal up here. You have so they look so different right here. They look so different. Which means we'll have like a 1 minute cracking correlation. Yeah, so again, same thing as up here, right? Up here we had NQ making lower lows while ES was making higher highs. And here you have same thing but different asset. So you have ES making lower highs while you have NQ continuing to make higher highs. Big cracking correlation there between these assets. And then at the same time you have YM is pretty much counter. It is counter to the indices, the other indices. It's actually the direct opposite if we would look at this, I think. Yeah, it is exactly, it's almost, that's weird. I've never noticed that before. So right now in this moment, it is when ES NQ is going down, YM was going up, and then when NQ ES were going up, YM started going down. Definitely something to note. We'll start picking up patterns. I'll start noticing patterns in the between them pretty quick. But you have this beautiful drop here that was instantaneous, very fast, very aggressive, and then you have the redelivery here. Without looking at NQ, probably would not have been able to trade this, which is problematic. So let's drop down and take a look at the SIR setup for this. I think it'd probably be a good one for this. Which I did this a couple times this week. I used, maybe not this week. I don't think I had a chance to. I think I was so out of it. But I know the week before I did it a couple times where I was using like the 5-second SIR for entry. So let's check it out and see if it gave it up here. So this would have been our last strong low here. Let's see if it gave it up or not, or if it just dumps. There it is. Perfect 70% entry. See how many contracts we could get away with here. Stop would need to be at the high at least. So that would be 8 contracts, which is pretty good. It's only 16 points. Which you could put your stop at the high of that high, that 70% there, but I don't know. Would have been kind of dangerous to do that, I think. More likely to get stopped out. Okay. Oops, I was supposed to push enter. And then we have this beautiful target, that first pullback down there. So we got the cracking correlation, and And then we're using the SIR as our entry criteria. Just because I think it's needed in this situation, because M and Q did not redeliver all the way. ES may have and NQ may have, but like this kind of validates like, okay, the structure is broken. It's probably likely to start going down, and it will increase your win rate here. I'm curious to see if it also does a 1 minute one. So let's see here. Yeah, there's the 1 minute one right there. Let's exit this and look at the 1 minute one. Maybe it's more like a 30-second actually. So there's our strong low here. We got low to the left, lower low, higher low to the right. Takes it out. And then you got actually a little bit deeper than 80%. One time framing ends there. I'm curious, I want to see which one would have gave me more contracts here. Let's take a look. Actually, the 1 minute one would allow me just to put in 10 contracts. Interesting. That's kind of not what I would have thought. All right. And then minimal viable target would be down here for this, right? Like really noticeable in the low time frame. That price needs to close this in here and come back to the structure here. Needs to redeliver at least to there. And then we could scale out there. Again, which I really would have wanted to do, because I would have been really nervous about, I do like how the order flow obviously switched bullish there as it broke through that low time frame bounce there, but I would have been really nervous about this still trying to come up to there. Kind of interesting though, it did like this doji here, it did redeliver to the doji. Yeah, perfectly there, huh? And that swing, if you hadn't scaled out there, that swing there would have been very nerve-wracking. It's almost a broad information popping up there. Beautiful. And right here, you can kind of tell like the order flow flips. The order flow went from my bearish kind of state here as it ripped up through that balance there. But then here you see this perfect redelivery. Very, very, very telling of what's probably going to come. God, this would have been, yeah, I think we went right through it again. Yeah, this would have sucked to trade. I'm almost like, am I off here? Is it going to pop back up? It seems like it's going to. Yeah, there it goes. Double tap. This is even in studying this day was just such a bitch, dude. Hey, what up? This is even in the study session, this is still very tough. So let's see how far NQ got on that there. Yeah, yeah. It's okay. Yeah, very tough. Oops. Yeah, I did, yeah. I'm assuming I got stopped out like I just did. I think we went back to Tuesday. I did catch this part of it. It might have been this right here that I'm remembering. I don't know if I was trading this late. I don't remember, honestly. I don't think I would have been. I think it was that one I was thinking of, but this was I know Tuesday was a rough day for me. I think I blew up and then came back and passed a couple of evals, I think. So I failed one to pass two, I think, or something like that. Look at that broadening information there, absolutely gorgeous. Okay, let's go back and look at this entry here, which is a little bit better. It actually at least gets that low there, which is better. And then you have this beautiful cracking correlation there as well. Let's take a look at that. I think it's much better. And then this is a good example why you should scale out. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with this entry here. But if you would have scaled out and you would have got stopped out there, you still would have won. It might even not a big win, but you wouldn't have taken a loss. Yeah, and then right there you have this cracking correlation that occurs. And a yeah, I don't think I would consider that a S&P. And then the reason for that is because ES had already redelivered to that low previously. Okay, and then there's our 15-second SIR entry. Showing a little break. And perfect 80% retracement there. Pretty sexy. Cracking correlation. And then assume you could enter quite a few contracts on this 12. Let's see if I get stopped out here again. I didn't check to see if this was the actual high. Hopefully not. Yeah, beautiful. God, it's so choppy. Yeah, I definitely would have been scaling out pretty quick. And then boom, there you get and then this would have been middle of viable target here, which is actually, if you had gotten stopped out there, it's all right. We're not 1-hour traders. We're going to get big moves that will make up for any losses we take previously. And that's why I want to go into and kind of look at the sliding scale position sizing, because it will allow you to bounce back from some losses a little bit easier. But I'm not sure if it will, over time, it will be profitable though. Because like, let's say you take a string of losses and then your drawdown gets smaller, so your position sizing gets smaller to stay in the 10% range with the drawdown. But I'm not sure if that will allow you to bounce back. That's why I kind of want to look at it and do some math on it. All right, so target reached, and then we would just go into one time frame mode here. Yeah, it would have been out right there. But it keeps going much lower. Let's look at the 3-minute and see if we use 3-minute one time frame, if it would have had the same results. Something we did last weekend that I was kind of, it's kind of interesting to see that the 3-minute results in much bigger trades, way bigger trades using the one time framing. And it looks like it would have resulted the same thing here. Yeah, it does end right there though. What, 5 minute one time framing? No, it would have ended right there. Would have 10 minute would still be intact. I think it's hard to unless you have the target and you're just like I'm gonna hold until that bitch. I mean, but in the moment here, I think this is a really tough day. Because he did have some pullbacks like that one. That's very savage. I think it probably would have been better just to re-enter there, exit wherever and then re-enter. But either way, very good. And then this also is an SIR entry. I forgot to mention that when we were looking at it. So this low led to the last high. It got broken right there. And then that's their SIR entries right here. I'm pretty sure we caught this. And you guys remember too? I'm pretty sure we caught this SIR. I'm like 100%. I think why didn't you hold this move all the way to target? I got out much earlier, I think. Yeah, okay. So you remember this day probably well then, right? We caught this, right? I'm pretty sure. I got out way earlier than you did, but yeah, beautiful 10-minute SIR there. All right. So let's screenshot this. It's a SIR. Kind of tough. It's tough though. Every trade this week was pretty. There wasn't any like free money. No low hanging fruit. I feel like this week, not very much. Not as much as usual. That's for sure. Still, you would have made on that trade. You would have made, you know, the scale out was 170. So you would have made, you know, $3,100 something like that. Nice, nice. Held conviction held strong. Yeah, it's very, very, very not no easy money there. Good job. Gosh, it's so close there. It's almost perfect. Oh, it's a backfill. Oh, that's fire. That's super fire. Let's look at this entry here because it's really fire. The backfill on this gap is almost perfect. No, it's supposed to be that it's to the tick, like literally. Yeah, pretty close. Let's take a look at this. How would you'd have to pull a trigger like immediately though, or else it'd get too far away from you, I think. So price opens up and then comes up, you have the backfill there, and then enter once one time framing ends, so you could enter right there. Yeah, you'd have to go to the micros though. It's just part of life these days. It's just something that you gotta do. Yep. I guess I didn't push it. Which is from CBOT. Oh, they actually have better price action too. I never looked at the micros on YM before. Yeah, I think this is pretty A plus here. Yeah, and you can actually drop down with this too, which is nice. Curious. Ooh, very close. Not quite though. Okay, so if you waited for the 1 minute one time frame, but this would have been very. I'm not gonna look at this. I don't. We'll have to study more, but I don't know if that's close enough for YM. But I don't know. Like it almost being there just doesn't do it for me. I don't want to start. I've been down that almost road before, and it doesn't turn out very well. So because if it like almost redelivers and then you enter, you get stopped out most of the time. And if I look back and hit on history of me trading, that's the history of doing it that way. So um, just like if it had almost, well, it almost stayed here, you enter there, you get stopped out there. So we're not going to go down that. It would have worked this instance, but we'll study and see if that's the way YM behaves or not. Okay, it's Tuesday. I don't really think there's many A plus setups here except for this news trade here. I think it's pretty, and then Thursday, of course. Let's look at this news trade here on MNQ here, pretty fire. So you have this balance area, this open loop here. Yeah, that's so fire. It's so to the tick and so fire. Yeah, the open loop there, top of the balance area, maybe even half back of this area here. Yeah, very close. But definitely the top of this lower time frame area here. But yeah, I look at it, you couldn't have entered into it. You would have to put a stop limit order there to do that. Which is something that I think for news trades you have to do to be able to get into them. My biggest payout ever is from a news trade, so something I used to do, and I wish there was prop firms that still let us do it without consistency rules, but unfortunately there's not. So maybe it's a waste of our time looking at that. But cash accounts, something I will definitely be doing. Because if you could risk, $200 on that trade and you put the stop limit order there, you risk to the low of that because it's really noticeable. Price needs to retrace there. And it's really noticeable on all time frames. It's 160 bucks of risk. It's not close enough. Let me go back again and do it. Maybe one tick above that line. 1 point. Risk 160 bucks to make yeah, the risk to reward is there for sure. Yeah, and then that's your target right here. Pretty fire. Then you go into 1 minute, 1 time framing mode. And get out right there. Pretty fire. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. Sometimes I have like a little bit of a, if the setup's there, take it and then let the odds play out. I think that, but as long, it has to be a valid setup. Something I did this week that just tore me up was I wasn't waiting for 1 time framing to end. I keep struggling with this in my trading, but I have to start following it's such a simple, easy rule to follow. I gotta start doing it. There's absolutely no reason not to. Gosh, that short there is crazy good. Okay, so keep pushing here. Very nice Asia session turn there, a little bit late though. All right, let's look at Thursday there. Pretty valid setup there right at the opening. God, I'm so sick about Friday. Such a weird situation there. That kind of bothers, kind of mind-boggling to me. It's still bothering me. But when I look at it from here, very noticeable. Like a cracking correlation. And we have an RTH gap right above here that I thought for certain we would try to fill, and we just did not. I'm still upset about it. Yeah, there's the gap. Like it's right there. But the cracking correlation told the story, and ES is the leader, so yeah, ES had redelivered. And then this is a beautiful SIR setup here on ES right at the opening as well. Both of them gave an SIR entry there at the opening. They're pretty fire. And a strong low break right there. Really deep retracement, but still gave an entry. Asia session entry on YM's Free Fire too. All right, let's go through it. So you had this drop down, this Asia kind of redelivery here. That is very good too. That would have been the best entry if you caught this. Yeah, it's more like an order block though. That's more order block there, but yeah. Yeah, very nice half back to bounce there. And then that kind of leads to this move up. And then pre-market, just chop city. And right at the opening here, you have this strong low break. That's the last low that led to the last high. Break of that. And then really deep retracement, redelivering into this last balance area before the drop. It did overshoot it, looks like. And then I missed. So Friday was just, it kind of makes me have a lump in my throat even thinking about it. It's just a really frustrating session for me. Yeah, like look at that. Like, I don't know. Any other week I would nail that entry and catch the move down without fail every single time. So I wonder why I was so hesitant. The scared money don't make money. Like you hesitate at the opening, if you hesitate, the opportunity is gone. So it's kind of frustrating. We have the gap right there. So we open up with the gap. You get this entry here, cracking correlation on the higher time frame. It's all really noticeable. So all right, let's take a look at the how we could have entered in on this SIR here. Because that is by far probably the cleanest setup. Either one of these, you have the lower time frame one right here, or you could have you have the lower time frame there, and then it comes back up. Perfect, beautiful textbook failure swing here. And then at that same time, you have ES made a higher high here, while NQ made a lower low. I think that's really fire stuff. Either one of these entries, all these are really good entries here. Yeah, very, very good. And then YM again seems to be doing the opposite of whatever Nasdaq does at the opening. It seems like YM does the opposite, with pretty interesting. I've never noticed this before. What time is that? 9:10 a.m. No, I guess not. It looks like it, but not really. I guess they almost did the same thing here. Again, you get this 9:45 a.m. reversal here. Very good. All right, let's drop down here. You have to drop down to catch this. Very A plus though. As far as A plus this week goes, I think the bar has been lowered for this week because of the price action's been tough. Yeah, and then the low here is it's a perfect broadening formation, which we're going to go into here in a second. And then you have this. This is so beautiful. The redelivery here. All right. I think if I was to choose which one I would want to get into, it would definitely be the SIR right here. I think that's by far the best one. So this low led to a new high. Boom, boom, broken. You get that. And then you get the 70-80% retracement. I think if we drop down, well, then it's one of those situations almost got there. Okay, so we'll use 15 1 sec or 15 1 time framing here after it goes to 70%. Because you could just enter in as soon as it touches the 70%, but I know personally in my trading I have to start following the 1 time framing. I just need to risk. I need to change my position sizing and just be okay with not entering in with the mini contracts. Because the reason I try to get in early is like I want to enter in with more sides, but I just need to accept it that I cannot enter in. Like if you had here, you had the strong low break, and then at 1 time frame through the high. So if I had entered in there when price pulled back here without waiting for 1 time frame, I enter in there as this candle looks bearish as it's coming down. Looks like it's going to go below that low, and then right before it closes, it pops back up, and I get stopped out. And then price goes down. Like that would be super frustrating, all the way avoidable by just waiting for 1 time framing in. So I have to just start accepting it. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 candles in a row, and then inside candle, and then as soon as this candle closes down, I can enter there. Which in reality, let's say I try to enter in here, really isn't that much better. It isn't that many more points, right? So in my mind, I think I'm going to get such a better entry, but the reality is it's not that much of a difference. So I need to just do it and stop being a little fucking pussy and just man up and just do it. Like it's not hard, it's not difficult to do. There's no reason why I shouldn't do it. It's just I need to accept it and stop trying to fight it. It's like a must do. It's not optional. Like I must do it. Which is fine when price isn't nasty, it works out fine, but that's not the situation. The market isn't always great, so the minimal viable target here would be there, so it's definitely very doable. And then obviously we have the higher time frame target down there. Yeah, so you have that target. That's balance area. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably who knows how many candles in a row. It looks like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 candles in a row from that area. Are you? Thursday afternoon used to be good for sell-offs, Reddit. Yeah. I usually try to avoid the afternoon session. I usually doesn't prefer me. I'm trying to work on that. I'm always entering too early. Yeah, then you have to have some kind of rules set around it. Exactly. Yep. Exactly, Sebastian. It's my biggest issue right now. It's the number one thing that's holding me back the most. Which by putting in a rule here, it's entropy, right? I'm like leaving too much of it in the second choices. Like I just need to have a rule that takes away the choice, right? Like either it is or it isn't. Is or it isn't. That's a good way to put it. It either is the entry or it's not. It's either time for me to enter or it's not. It's not like, oh, maybe right now, maybe I should. No, that's not. It's not cutting it. So, okay, so I could still enter in with 8 contracts here, which is very good. You know, like if I looked at, like, if I was trying to front run it, I would be able to enter in with 11. So 3 less contracts to not have to lose all the time. It's very good. And usually it's no problem. Like usually I make bank and it's all good. But when situations in the market, I'd just rather not have to to worry about it. So I think that's the best thing to do there is just to do what the data shows and what the right thing to do. And beautifully, and then let's go 1 minute, so I don't have to worry about all that. Let's scale out right there. Hit the minimal viable target there. I think that's a decent scale out at like 2R there. Okay. It's almost like the last damn setup. All right, so let's go back. Stop too tight. Let's move the stopping. This is why we study, so you can figure this out. Okay, so right there would have resulted in a scale out and stop out. So let's put our stop up here. We'll just have to enter them with the smaller position sizing, which is fine. Given that the target is way far away, like it's okay. Like you'll still make a bunch of money. It's 200 points away. That would be 2 less contracts. Okay. Double tapped. It's double tapped. Which is actually, if you look here, this is a good example of what happens on the left. You should kind of expect to happen on the right. So you have a high there. So it's creating that pattern that I use for the which is higher lows. So you have a high and then a higher high. And then you should get one that's relatively equal on the right side. This is a good example of it. Like that. If I can get this to scoot over right. There we go. So it looks like I think that's what happens here. It comes back up and does the high to the left there. But would it be better to just exit down here once it hits target? And maybe on after one time framing ends, which would have been right there, and then not have to go through the drawdown, but yeah, but the best thing to do would have been to scale out there and then re-add here as there's a cracking correlation at this exact time. ES is making higher highs. I think that would have been very viable to do as well. It's a lot like Tuesday. It's very similar to the way it behaves. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. One time frame is down on the 3 minute, pretty much the whole way except for right there. And right here you have a one support turn resistance, which is very fire add-on there. Then the order flow remains bearish here the whole way too, which is very nice. Would have made it for an easy trade there. Yeah, very clean. All right. Yeah, that's a banger trade there. Very, very good. Hey, what up, brother? Putting in that work, you know. All right, and then you have this area. Oh, damn. I didn't realize that. So you have this beautiful cracking correlation here. Nasdaq takes out that low. ES does not. ES just redelivers. I think that this would be a good long here for like a morning trade. Right at the turnaround time there. I feel like I got stopped out right there. Ooh, ES kept going lower there. Damn, that's crazy. That Nasdaq, it's very unusual. So while ES was continuing to go lower, Nasdaq was just holding this layer. So it's I don't know if it goes higher here, but if it does, it's a really nice SIR setup. I don't think it does though. It's not acting like it would go all that higher. There it goes. All right, yeah. That's a pretty fire setup there if you were trading during this time. I don't usually trade during this time, but so it's again, that's the third time I've seen this, that we have just like a weird change in the way that they're behaving. So ES continues lower for, oh my gosh, almost a full hour, almost like 45 minutes of ES making new lows, while Nasdaq just chops and holds this low right here, which is a very I would say unusual, because that's a long time. And then, geez, Elise. My goodness. That's beautiful. Let's take a look at this YM trade here, because I don't know how many points it is, but 200 points. Pretty fire. A little bit choppy though. I don't know if it's really worth looking at, but yeah, it is. It's really fire, dude. Like you have this balance area here. Hey, what up, bro? What's going on, man? Yeah, very clean. It did overshoot it here, which makes it a little bit tough, but I think it's still doable. Yeah, it fills that volume imbalance and comes right into there. Yeah, beautiful SIR entry there. Strong low break, 70% retracement. I don't know why it does that. All right, so you can enter right there. You can either put your stop there or up there. I think it'd be better just put it up there. So it'd be 16 contracts. And framing the trade, we want to look at where our target would be. Like there's very many targets here that are in range. Maybe this balance area right here. And then obviously that high would be the next target. So you got these two targets here. I don't see anything else to the left. Or you could go for the gap fill if you thought it was going to go that far. You have the indices kind of leading the way down here. You got ES and Nasdaq both cracking lower. I haven't seen any yet. Yeah, if you guys see one, if you find one that does though, that'd be interested in that. That'd be cool. I didn't have this set right. It's obviously set to what's up with that? Has this been wrong the whole time? And that's why I'm taking bigger losses than I expect. That's gonna really make me angry if it is. I think it is. No, that's wrong. What? Okay, so the math at 50 cents per contract. Huh. Let's do something that's easy to add here. So I'm confused because this is saying that it's $27 for a 30 point or 20, yeah, 30 points, which is wrong if it's 50 cents per contract. That's almost double what it should be. So this tells me how many contracts I can enter in with based on the stop loss, right? So I'll figure it out later. Let's just move forward here. I'll just go with what no, now it's all right. It's no, it's still double what it should be. Okay, we'll just use this for right now, but I gotta go back and figure out what's up with that. That's weird. Okay, and then the target is down there. Minimal viable target would probably have to be oh, this is a tricky one. I don't think there is one. Yeah, I don't know if I would have took this. I don't think I would have, but let's keep pushing. There's no minimal viable target on it, so I don't think I would have took it. Because you'd be just in a wreck trying to hold down to here as it chops around here. Yeah, this is would have been a very tough trade. It doesn't even get there. All right, let's go into broad informations. Are you still here, Eric? So for as far as A plus trades, like there's only a couple of them this week. I think we still need to go through Thursday, but there's only a couple A plus trades this week, 3 or 4. Versus like the 9 to 12 we usually have. Usually there's like 3 on Monday and Sunday, Monday. And that's just not the case this week. So you have this beautiful low time frame redelivery here. Oops. Right at the opening here. I didn't trade this AM. I wish I would have, because this is a pretty fire entry here. It fits the 3-point reversal system perfectly. There's nowhere else to redeliver lower. This is literally the last spot. There's a cracking correlation right here. This is also a SMC soup is probably what I would have looked at it as, but there's no, so the SMC soup, you need a trend line break, and there is really no trend here, except for maybe, right, you could say that that's a trend, maybe, it's kind of iffy. So very fire though. I mean, this is an A plus setup here. You get Nasdaq takes out that low right there. That low is right there, taken out by Nasdaq. ES double bottoms at it perfectly. It's an SMC soup, so you either go long right there, or you could have waited for the opening and went long here. Either or is fire. It's actually about the same exact entry price as well. So that would have been at 851. Yeah, it is literally the same entry price, so very fire. I don't like how it does that every time. It's super annoying. Yeah, this is the best setup of the week by far, so we should spend a little bit of time on it here. Amazing setup, actually. It's really good. Really fire. Okay, so if we look here, we have buyers bought, sellers sold down, and buyers bought up to the high of that doji, and then sellers sold down, and then buyers bought from the low of that doji all the way up to there. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candles in a row down. You have the SMC soup setup. So last week there was a short version of this trade that was absolutely perfect. Ends up being the low of the session at the exact same time as this, actually. So this is whenever you see this is pretty, as long as it holds. We had one that happened, I think, on Friday, but then before the opening it was killed. So as long as this stays intact, the SMC soup stays intact into the opening. If it's cracked right before or right at the opening, then obviously it's invalid. But if it holds, it usually ends up being the lower or the higher of the day. I'm going to drop down here to the 1 minute. Wait for one time framing to end. There it is. So I would have put my stop just below the half back there. I think that would have been probably the safest area. Because it's at the opening, it's a big area. It's not as many contracts as you would like, but I think it will still pay off here. Obviously. And there's nowhere left to redeliver higher either. So everything's been redelivered, pretty much everything. There's nothing even on the lower time frames from here to here. There's nothing left to redeliver. It has chopped around. Every single area that it needed to be redelivered is gone. So what has to happen is range expansion. This is what you're going to see here. It has to expand. There's nowhere left. Everywhere's been redelivered. Everywhere. Like there's nowhere. I can't even find like a minimal viable target on any time frame. I'm sure I could on like a 15-second, but I think it'll be a good example of why the range has to expand here. Because it's all been redelivered. So yeah, already been through there. Okay, let's see. What about over here? Ah, there we go. There's an area that needs to be redelivered. There we go. So you guys see that? I think it's really important to understand this. It's something I need to pay more attention to. Because it's a huge edge. If you understand this, it can give you the confidence to hold to these kind of like way far away targets. Obviously, you'd still be in this because it's still one time framing, I think, on all time frames. So, well, here you go. It would have been helpful to hold through there because of that right there. Yeah, new week opening gap back in July was fire. Okay, so you have this strong highest, one of the strongest highs around actually. That still hasn't been tapped into here. It's been just kind of sitting here since early July actually. So you have this balance area right there from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 candles down. That'd have been the target there. Super fire setup. I wish I would have saw this because this is really nice. Yeah, I would have been out right there. So that's you're like, damn, only 4 contracts, but when it's 220 points, that ends up being a really nice trade. Okay. Let's so this was a very clean SMC soup setup. Which these are also really big because you have so many traders that are targeting the equal highs there. You got probably like what 4 million people now all trading the same strategy, all believing that price will attack those equal highs there, and then voila, very beautiful. Any questions on the SMC soup, guys? It's a strategy you definitely want in your toolbox. And then we'll get into taking a look at the broad informations here. Oop, I forgot to put the target on there. Yeah, what a beauty. It's only a 5 hour trade though. That's kind of crazy. 4.5 hour. All right, Eric. Let me. Can you request so I can get you on here? All right. Can you talk? I don't know why it's. Oh, it goes away after a second. There you go. You should be good. Hey, what up, bro? Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Let me. Don't talk again for 1 second. Let me turn that down. I don't know why it was so loud. Jesus. All right. Yeah. There you go, brother. Sorry. Jeez. If that hurt anyone's ears, my bad. My bad. No, no, it's not your fault at all. It's all me, dude. My bad. I didn't realize my mic was all the way turned up, super loud. All right, let's do it. All right, so I want to know, so you'll point out, like, how, maybe you don't know, maybe we can figure it out together. How you maybe don't know the process that you go through. I don't know. Do you? Do you know how do you tell which broadening formations are viable versus not viable? So Fridays would be a good example. Let's go to it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that would be. There's something you see that I don't, or may have never tried to figure it out. I don't know. Because you're really good at picking the right ones, dude. That like some days there'll be a broad information, you don't say anything, and then some days you're like, oh, watch out. And then every time, dude, without fail, you're able to figure out which broad information is going to be continue. Maybe it's something on top of that. Do you think it's like um something on top of like something else you're seeing with the broad information? Let's go to where this started here. Nice. I think it started from 7:30 to 8:11 is when kind of it formed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Do you have the picture? Do you want me to go to your chat or you want to pull it up? Okay. See where you actually drew the lines. Okay, so this is ES and This is in Q. Okay, okay. Let me write that down. We're gonna write down everything you see so we can get into it. So, both ES and NQ, same broad information. Yeah. Okay, that's actually really good. The range, yeah. The structure of it, yeah. All right, I'm trying to get this on the screen. 1 second. 1 second. Let me get it on the chart so we can kind of. I just want to get the line, make sure I have the lines right. There it is. Oh, I think this is all right, unless you think it'll be helpful. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. This fucking thing, dude. I guess I have to screenshot it to save it, which I just went through this whole process, and then my brain didn't remember that. It's frustrating. No, it's not your fault. It's all me, dude. Being blonde has its perks and its downside, I guess. There we go. I just forget that you can put images on your chart, so I was kind of forget. Okay, so I just wanted to get make sure I have the lines right here, because that's a big part of it, is making sure that you're drawing the lines right too. So you do it on the 3 minute. Would you say most of the time you draw them on the 3 minute? Yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. It's pretty clean, yeah. Okay, so I chose a different low. Okay, I see. Okay, I see how you drew it now. So you went from that low. There we go. Yeah, yeah. A bit better. And then, so my question is like, how do you, because these pop up every morning. So it's like, what, so when it failed up here, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, how do you, or do you just, I guess it's maybe, it's hard with it not being the moment. I wish I would have asked you this in the moment. What made you think, let me ask you this, what made you think it right here that it wasn't done? Like that this wasn't going to keep going there. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to the left. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got it up on the screen. It did. Yeah, yeah. Okay. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's something I missed. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah. So we can't count the first two. So one, two. Yeah, you're right. Damn. Okay. So, so the four touch rule that I came up with, that's a good one. I kind of just like forgot everything I may have taught about this. So give me my own up refresher. What I do with the accidentally deleted it. Okay, so we got oh yeah, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it's his shit. Oh, interesting. I don't think so. I mean, if we look back, I think they usually are like starting, and then I noticed there's usually another one. It's almost like two. There's like one that happens, and then one right at the opening as well. Yeah, always. Yeah, everyone. Yeah, if we look back this week, I think you're right. There's a yeah. It started way earlier here too. There's the it really starts. That one starts at 6. Um, yeah, this one's also 5, 6, 7. All right. Yeah, but yeah, it's always changing. Yeah. So then we have high, low. Yeah. And then here's one where it comes later, but yeah, I think you're onto something there. So let's write that down. It's a good clue. Yeah. Yeah. The higher lows breaks, yeah, would she get it I think right at 8 a.m., right? 8:09? Yeah, it broke, yeah. Yeah, right there, it broke it, yeah. Yeah. Gotcha. That's really good shit. That's sick. Right there. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think these things are I was so bullish, dude. So fucking bullish. It's like I'm never bullish either, which is it's just that gap. It was like, but I guess Fridays, if we look at Friday and we should have looked at this probably as a thank God it's Friday setup, which it was. Um yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I should have been thinking about that. It crossed my mind, but I was just like, it's just right there. It like only makes sense, but maybe the yeah, but yeah. They really right at the opening too. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And then I think let me put a line on the high there so we can see where it rejected. Yeah. Right. Yeah, yeah. And then this is so what I'm doing right now, guys, is really important. So even though I'm like really skilled, I think there's still always a room to learn from other people. Because other people are always going to have different skill sets that they build. So I think it's important to remember not to be too into yourself to be able to learn from other people. I think it's I see this with people outside of the group a lot. I don't see it much in here, but I see a lot of people like that that get stuck that you can always learn, right? I think to keep getting better and learning is super important. Sorry, go ahead, bro. I just wanted to note it that it's important to keep learning, keep trying to grow our skills. No, you're doing great, bro. Um, right, right. And now it's so noticeable because ES had um this was the you had one, so you got one, that was the first right here, so you got one, two, and then three, and then the fourth one you should expect to happen. So yeah, yeah, yeah. So you should expect the fourth one to happen, and then it does happen pretty cleanly. It's just I think I was too focused on Nasdaq and wasn't appreciating ES's leadership between the two of them. And it had areas to redeliver lower that were very clean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. This one right here, that one right there. Yeah, it's a bearish order flow. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're all adding up. Yeah. Right at the opening, yep. Yeah, yeah. It really was, yeah. I totally forgot about that strategy that I teach in that video because that strategy is valuable. We should probably add that to the tool set. I forgot about that altogether. Yeah. Yeah, for real. For real. And then there's this secondary broadening formation that is very telling as well. That's right here. That's actually super fire too. So, um, yeah, you could have. I mean, it was already formed before the opening too, so I completely ignored this one too, which is very fire. So I could have, at the opening, what I probably should have done is fucking go short right here, as it touched the top of the broadening formation, and just just did it right. So if I had entered in right there, it followed this strategy, like teaching that video, that's an easy 6 hour trade right there. Yeah, I put a lot of week work into it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was just seeing how much I would have made if I would have just followed the that strategy. Yeah, it would have been $3,100 without over risking because it's only 10 points of risk. So you could have entered with 40 contracts, which would have been 4 minis. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Hey, what up, Reasons? Been missing you, brother. How you doing, bro? Yeah, very, very fire, dude. Yeah, yeah, right there. Yeah. Yeah, it does that perfect. Gives you a perfect SIR entry right there. Yeah, your strong lows right there, and then you get the break. Yeah, strong lows right there, and then you get the beautiful fucking retracement. Right. Yeah. Nice. And then it perfectly lines up with that lower time frame one too. It's crazy. You caught the secondary one too? Nice, dude. Nice. Yeah. And try and do it again, yeah. Yeah, let me what I do with your image. I think I accidentally deleted it. No, very, very, very good stuff, dude. Yeah, yeah. All the clues, yeah. Yeah. So for which side attacked, right? Yeah. No, no, no. Yeah, it's over. It's that's it. That's a wrap, yeah. And usually it's usually like there's even another broad information inside of this one, I think, on a higher time frame. I'm pretty sure that this whole area here's I forgot about this. So this is a we've had this happen before where up moves keep happening on the backs of broadening formations. I wonder if it's doing that again. You remember that? Like there was this one's actually down moves on the back of broadening formations. I think it was like maybe that first big move up we had last year where it just did broad. Yeah, there it is. Every single one of these is a broadening formation on this move up here. So you have high, low, perfect broadening formation. And then you have, oh, what do you have it again right here? High, low, high, low. So I wonder if they're doing that again now that you said that. It makes me wonder. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. That is a good question. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, because of the way that my thinking is that they would probably add in as it goes. Oh yeah, that's true. Two reasons. Yeah, there are no emotions, so they can. Yeah, so you can see here it went. This whole move up was just based on the back of broadening information. It's like one after another. I wonder if they're doing this again. They're all broadening. Every single one of these is a broadening information that goes higher. So if we go to today, kind of same shit, different story. Yeah, high, low, high. Yeah, look at it even starts right here. Beautiful broadening information there. Boom, boom. So we'll have to watch out for this next week. Take this, the small countless. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and just trust it. Yeah, yeah. I think this is a perfect Thank God It's Friday setup. Because where's the low of the week? Right here. Yeah, Tuesday was the low of the week. So you get the low, and then the highs there, and then we end up closing like 25% inside of it, something like that. Yeah, perfect 25% retracement of the range, just like it's taught there. Yeah, perfect 25% retracement of the weekly range. Huh. Yeah, so I've yeah, it's super noticeable. Yeah. No, now I see it. Now I see it. Yeah. A lot of shit I ignored. Yeah, it's just the thing. So I had thought about that earlier in the morning. I thought about what if it is, because it always crosses my mind on Friday. I think what I had determined was like that so usually they come after prices reached its goal. Like what was its goal for the week? What was it reaching for? But we had just filled the rest of the because there's a little bit of that new week opening gap that wasn't filled all the way. We had gotten close to filling it there, but I don't think it actually filled it. And that was something else I didn't consider is that was it filled it during Asia, not New York session. It was actually a New York, a regular trading hours new week opening gap as well. So I think that maybe was like what it was reaching for, because you see there we didn't actually get it, and I didn't consider that. I'm thinking about, so maybe that was what it was kind of reaching for, and we had got there. So yeah, and actually closed well above it. So it, yeah, yeah. But it totally makes sense when we look at it from this point of view. It's totally like just super noticeable now. So beautiful, beautiful. All right, let's I think yeah, I think just doing this right here, bro. If you just like start writing down like what you're looking at, like it just lists it out, like everything that you see and then eventually you'll start seeing like, oh, every time I look at this and it's on my list every single time. Um, that's why the best setups of the week I always list out what were the confluences, and then these confluences like you keep seeing. Okay, it's the ones that work always form at 8 o'clock, or that would be a good way to do it. I think. Any questions, guys? Oh fuck! I just hold on, guys. I spilled coffee all over my shirt. All right, there we go. What's Jarvis reasons? What's Jarvis reasons? What's he mean? What is what? Who's? Oh, that's what we're doing right now, Sebastian. What do you think we're doing, bro? All right, let's look at a couple more examples here. Which do you remember another broad information that you at the opening that it was, or you just want to go through them one at a time? Okay, hold on, let me take a picture of that so I don't lose it. Okay, Mondays. That's a volume imbalance. So hold on, let me show them that one. So the one that it's a good question. I don't really use them in my trading that much anymore. I used to use it a lot. I don't know why I stopped, but let me go back. It's a good way to identify order flow, which direction it's likely to continue. I think it's because my new monitor is so big, I don't have my chart stretched out enough to where I really notice them, but I should definitely start. I'll show you the one that Eric was talking about. Yeah, you use them a lot, right, Eric? Yeah. But it's a good confluence for sure. I hate how you can't go forward in the, like if you try to start another day forward, it won't let you. All right, there we go. That's Friday, right? It was this one, right? Right here, right? Right at the opening? Or no? That's the example we just looked at, right? Yeah, I think the one that we were just, am I tripping here? No, there it is. So this is the one Eric was talking about, was the one on Friday. The volume imbalance. Yeah, so yeah. So you see right here. Yeah, that was the one you had mentioned, yeah. Yeah, so you see here, it's that gap between, so this candle, it's a really good question, Sebastian. So this candle closed right here. And you see, then this candle opened and left that gap there. And then on a daily time frame, if there's a daily one of these, it is a new day opening gap. And if it's you see one on the weekly, it is a regular trading hours gap. Or I mean, if it's let me take that back. If it's a daily one, it's a new day opening gap. And if you see this on the weekly time frame, it's a new week opening gap. So it's just like a gap between the candles. Yeah, if you look on a lower time frame, yeah, they're very very useful. So you can see here how it kind of like closes, a bunch of closes there, and then it doesn't really show up as visible, but yeah, you can see they're very useful. in terms of looking at order flow. My chart's always like this, so I usually don't see them as much. Yeah, right there, yeah. Yeah, it's another clue. Huge rejection, yeah. Yeah, definitely another clue to add in. Like if you think about clues in terms of like check marks, guys, it will help you a lot. Like if you just look at like is it bearish or bullish? Like each clue kind of like, you know, you have order flow, you have redelivery, each one kind of it's market structure. And if we start having like every clue, like on Friday, I ignored all the clues, like all the clues were there and I just ignored them all just based because I was just so focused on the gap that I ignored all the other. The gap is one clue. The gap above, that's one clue. Like it may go there, but I ignored all the other things, and you see how much it fucking destroyed me because I ignored it. All right, let's look at another example here. Find you said Monday you saw one that was okay, yeah. Right. Okay. So we had let's see here. So it actually starts fucking way. So you have high, low, then it breaks. So you got low, high, higher, high. See when it starts here. This is a weird one. Stop, stop. Yeah, so there's one. I see it, but it's hard to see. Let's look at a better example. That one's tough. Yeah, I think that one's. It's a motherfucker ugly. Um, I guess we'll just have to go through them. I think it's kind of hard to see them after the fact, after everything's already formed. We'll just go forward from last week. We'll start last week. I think last week is more of normal. This week's price action was very unusual. I don't expect it to continue for very long. Hopefully. Okay. So find another one here. There's 8 a.m. Look, there's definitely broad information there, that's for sure. What would you say is do you look at them on all time frames, or you focus on one time frame, would you say? That's a good question. Not as easy, yeah. Okay, so we have, yeah, there's like a low time frame one here that starts again at about 8:30, a little bit. So sometimes I gotta walk myself through. So we have yeah, and then it does all of a sudden. Yeah, so you have low, higher high, higher high, lower low. Yeah, that's a weird one. But they show up it's the thing that they're always seem like it's always, and then there's another really low time frame right there, one right there. Yeah, like that. Aren't they cute little tank? Yeah. Yeah, there's a little baby one right there. All right, let's keep it pushing. Eric, do you use what do you use to enter off a touch off the bottom or top of broad information? What I mean, do you use the touch or the reaction or what? I think he's asking like, do you enter right away or do you wait? Is that what you mean, Sebastian? Or are you asking if he waits or just pulls the trigger? Yeah, yeah. I think the amount of touches is super important too. Because you see here, this one gets 4 touches and then it breaks. Like I spent a lot of time to get that number. I spent a lot of time studying them. I think I forgot it though. It's good to So you got one. So you can't count the first two because or else you can't form the line. So then you got 1, 2, 3, and then 4, and then it breaks out. All. She's so fine. Yeah, yeah. That's a good question, Sebastian. Yeah, yeah. She's super hot. And then here's Wednesdays. There's definitely broad information there. Yeah, this is a decent one. And then you got ES over here, just formed one too. Interesting. Okay, let's get the lines down here. Yeah, it's a horrible pic of her, bro. Like probably the worst picture I've ever seen of that girl ever, dude. I think that's the only reason. I notice a lot of girls get like a lot of, even though they're not very good follows, they seem to get some motion. I think there's definitely something to that. Like they're rare ass. That it's just super rare. I think for girls to be into trading. I don't know why, but it seems like a rarity. That would be like the perfect wife for me. A girl that's obsessed with trading. That would be the dream. Maybe you need to get back in the gym. Now I'm single again. I need to get back into it. Oops, way too far. Okay, this is a weird one. It looks like it starts and then you have the 4 touches and then it begins again. And then it starts up a couple different. You don't look at them? Okay. Yeah. And then there's another one. So it seems like you get 1, 2, and then this one's not a very good example either. We'll have to. I think looking at these live would probably be the best. These kind of like balance areas are tough to study in the past too because in the moment it's just totally different. It's one of the I think broadening formations and balance areas are maybe one of the few things that is like the opposite of everything else. Everything else is easy to see after the fact, but these are kind of the two things that in the moment are much easier to see. But yeah, there's clearly one there. Like if you use that strategy I taught. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why, but yeah, and then you can see the one on ES is a little bit better. I think that's the thing I was yeah, I think I was missing that I was missing that as part of the yeah, it's still tough. Still very difficult. Hmm. It was perfect. It's perfect. The Friday's example was just fucking just gorgeous. Here's this one's actually really noticeable when I was zoomed out. It's kind of hard to see when you're zoomed in, but I can see it zoomed out like really well. Yeah, like that fucking beast. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. Every time. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Pretty close to it. Yeah. Pretty close to it. Yeah, that's a really nice example. I think does anything in the broad information help you decide where the price will break to the upside? Yeah, I would say so, yeah. It should. Right, yeah. Yeah, I don't like looking at the chat. That's a good short. Yeah, I just need to have you on the live. Yeah, I need to just have you on there with me. Because I don't like looking at the chat when I'm trying to trade for the most part. It's usually distracting me. But then you have this beautiful redelivery right there. Yeah, like look, like this is a good example, Sebastian. So if you line them up together, fire as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys are new this, if you're new this week, don't forget last week I made $12,000. So I think this week like I may have struggled, but it doesn't represent like what's up, you know? So I just think and that I've kind of ignored broad informations because I'd gotten burnt off them somewhere in the past. Like I just stopped trying to I see them, I'll note them, but I think after this week it's a good reminder to keep like get not not throw the tool away. Just put it in the toolbox, and then when it works, then you need to bring it back. Print out and tape to the wall. Yeah. Yeah. It's time to do something. Yeah, yeah. Very true. Yeah. It's a good thing. Yeah, think of like every single thing like market market structure, redeliver, broad information, trend lines, whatever you use will add a certain percentage of like it's an enhancer to probability, I think. As soon as you zoom out, as soon as you see a higher high and a lower low, zoom out, probably yeah, it's probably a broad information, yeah. Yeah, because if you think about what it is, it's a high, low, high, low. It's what broad informations are, yeah. Yeah. It's probably broad information, yeah. That's exactly what I was saying on Friday. I was like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Yeah. Right. That's exactly what happened Friday. It's super confusing. Or on that time frame that you're looking at. That's good. That's really because they exist on all time frames from the hourly to the daily to the 1 second. It doesn't matter. They're every price every pattern is always there. Like you can see this one right here. Couldn't see it zoomed in, but it's clearly there's a clearly a broad information there. You have low, higher high, lower low, higher high, lower low, and then it fails. Yeah, really good stuff. All right, well, while you're here, Eric, you can help me with the need to screenshot this printout. Yeah. Let's so I want to like so some I keep getting questions about the balance area, and I want to kind of see if we can, if it's possible, to like lower like the entropy around it, because there is like, I usually just put multiple ones on my chart if I'm confused about it, about the balance area itself, if it's viable or not. So I just wanted to kind of like what we just did with the broad information, just kind of look at them and see if there's a way to make it less randomness to the selection of them. I guess would be a good way to do it. So let's go back in time. Go back like quite a while. We'll just have to work. It's gonna take a minute. It's gonna be a long process. So to do this, because we're gonna have to go through a lot of examples to do it. All right. Okay, and then we'll just look at one asset here. And then just to keep it simple, we'll just stay on one time frame too, to don't make it confusing. Okay. So we obviously see prices obviously moving towards something. So let's go forward from here without looking it up. Okay, so we obviously like you have buy sell, so we want to let's see if it comes back to here. Or maybe we should do on a lower time frame for more examples. Let's do it on 3 minutes, so there's more examples. Okay. So we know that 3 candles in a row, that'd be like the first thing. on the right side of price would also be a good thing. Let's see here. So right here we have one. It's actually very, very pretty. So let's have to look at examples and look at like confluences, just like we did kind of like with the broad information, I guess. The problem is it's so hard to do it with replay. Let me do it like this. More examples, and then we'll make this like 15 seconds, and it should well, let me do that. So if you have one time, so if I put something I found out is if you put NQ on one time frame and then you put the other chart on a lower time frame, you'll get the same movement because it will allow you to change it here to like how the candle updates. Because I put this on a lower time frame, it's not low enough, I don't think. So what made this one here work so well on ES? Take a look. So this one right here, it's very precise, so that's why I stopped to look at it. So it touched the high of that pretty much to the tick there. But why didn't it go, like why didn't it go to the wick, that wick there? I think it has to do with those two wicks there, I think. Nice, nice. Yeah, that led to a break of structure. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So you mean like this one because this balance area made it broke that high to the left? Nice, nice. That's a good compliment. So just write that down. If you guys have any other ones, like if you want to hop in the chat, that's these are kind of things we're looking for. Are you using strong highs or lows or just highs or lows? Yeah, that was a strong high there. Like the goal is to cut out the bad ones, right? That to improve the process around it. Okay, let's move forward here. Overshot that. Huh. And the ES respected it perfectly. Most ones that broke high time frame structure, but any that break structure reverse at least once before breaking. I try to find zones that led to a break of external highs or lows. That's a good good. It's very good. This is just time consuming, tough to do. So there's another one. Let's see the tick on ES. That also broke. That led to a break of the low. This was back when price was doing that weird, like going back to the very last area. Like right there, that's a really, really good balance area. It worked really well. That's a big trade right there. And then now it's really choppy. Like I doubt there's probably, let's zoom forward. There probably isn't much going to happen here that's going to be useful because it's just back in chop. Like to me, that like this is a very high probability balance area up here. Yeah, this is like, yeah, this was the beginning of, or the end of June. It's right when I was going on that run. Look at that broad information there on ES, big. Now that, it's weird how your brain, like our brains will like, isn't it weird, bro? How like when you start studying a concept, it's like you'll see it everywhere. Like I noticed, I can always tell that dude Waves. I can always tell when he's studying a new concept because he's like super focused on it. Um, it always cracks me up because I do the same thing. Like as soon as I start studying something new, I'll like almost throw everything else away to study that one thing, and it's good to refresh on it. And yeah, this was a broad information here for sure. All right, so this right here looks like it tapped into that pretty much perfectly, but it makes sense because on hourly, you know, it's a really big move. Let's see. So like so in this broad information here, like, or in this balance area, I think we should draw it like this because that'd be like the last thing. But let's see if that's actually, yeah, there it is. So that's a phase one. Then you get to phase two. But it's also not to the tick. So let's see if it, if I would have drew it another way, if it would work better. No, it looks like it was worse. Yeah, it's worse. Aha. Yeah. So this is how I study, and this is how you get better at it, guys. You just gotta spend the time to go through it and look, and then you'll start to develop a process around drawing it. Let's drop down and take a look at this inside of here and see why it's that, because it's probably just something we can't see on the hourly. That's even more confusing. Huh. It makes no sense. Like this makes sense because you have that's the last seller sold before the move up. So we'll have to see if it maybe comes back there and taps into it again, because that makes absolutely no sense. That's No. Yeah. Yeah, the motions are what make trading trading. Without the motions, it is not trading. That's why I hate demo traders. I absolutely despise them, especially if they teach. But I just don't think there's any room for it really, other than to do like what we're doing right here. But we're not actively like trying to. We're just trying to learn, study prices confluence, and kind of like what it does. Because during demo trading, you will see everything, but when you start trading live, it's like your head goes blank. That's why trading the live market is what really teaches your brain to start seeing everything. Yep, exactly. But I think, how do you actually get better? I don't. It's really like, how do you improve your skills as a trader? It's really it's kind of a tough question. Like, there's not really many things we can do to really, like it. Like, it's not like if I want to get better at basketball, I just go outside and I dribble and I shoot the ball, right? But trading, I guess it's the same way. I guess you could say it's the same way. You just need to trade more. But if you're not defining process, I don't know if like, yeah, I don't know if it's actually super helpful. So that balance area worked super fire. Yeah, that's very true, guys. Yeah, learn through losses. The brain remembers better when emotions and pain is associated. Yeah, that's very true, guys. Very, very true. Learn by pain. Unfortunately, it's how it rolls in this venture. You can't have someone tell you exactly what to do and how to handle something. You'll never do it until you get burnt. It's unfortunate that that's the way. It sucks that it is. I think zero is that he learns extremely fast. Um, I don't know what his process is for learning, or if he just follows instructions really well. But I know he's one student I've had that just absolutely learned extremely quickly. But maybe he took a couple. I think it's so. I actually made a post about this. Um, it's funny how many people are gone now. I just made a post about this. I've talked about this a couple times. Do you see my thing? I got exposed that fucking loser. Do you see that, Eric? Got him. I knew. I told you guys he was a fucking faker. I told you. He literally did the math wrong on his post. Fucking idiot. He can you believe that, bro? He posts I made $50,000 and then he did the math wrong. Not very bright. Oh, here it is. So I pride myself on being intelligent, right? So it's like if someone raises their hand and smacks you in the face, and you just take it, and then they raise their fist again, and it smacks you again. What, like, if you think about it in terms of trading, you do a trade, you don't follow the rules, and you get stopped out. Same setup forms, you don't follow the rules again, or let's say you chase price and you randomly enter, stop out. Chase price again, randomly enter again, another stop out. Are you going to do it again, or are you going to do something different? I think that, do you change behavior after a negative result or repeat it? Intelligence equals speed of learning. Learning equals new behavior under same condition. So I probably should have switched those two, but yeah, I think trading's part of that. like I think what Lupin said there, for some people it seems like you get burnt a whole bunch of times, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary. Yeah, Darren was too. Yeah, it sucks. He just dipped out, bro. I didn't. I tried not to like. I tried not to put him on blast. I could have put him on blast. I didn't even do it. I chose not to. I was just pointing out that it was very similar. I mean, kind of weird that his setup was exactly the same. I think this is going to have to be done in the moment, or else it's not viable. But something we can do is the process around sliding scale losses, which is going to be really tough for me, but that's something I think I need to do. So let's pull up Chad. Let's pull up Claude here. I want to figure out if I was to do my position sizing on a sliding scale. So in a funded account, they start me off with $2,000 of drawdown. Let's change that just for math purposes. And let's say with my first trade, if my drawdown is at full 100%, I would then take a trade and risk a max of $250. Let's say that was a loss, and then I had $2,000 or $2,225. Let me just type this out easy. Max 250. And then next trade. Would this be more profitable and lead to a better success rate if I was on the other side to only risk max 250 every single time, regardless of my drawdown? Would this be beneficial over a set of trades with a 60% win rate and a 2R strategy? Come up with a way to test this over a set of 100 trades. Which one would come out more profitable? And then would this stop me from hitting risk of ruin, etc.? I don't know if this will work. I think I might just have to test it with a live account or with an eval or something, but we'll see. Because if you think about it, if you're in a drawdown, this would it would stop the bleeding immediately, right? If I had $2,000 of drawdown, I risk 200, then I have 1,500 left, I risk 150, then I have 1,000 left, I risk 100, and then if I have, but I just don't know if it would affect the upside potential as much, because the position you're essentially I know that gamblers don't do it this way because it stops the bounce back process as well, but I don't know if that will apply. We'll see if we can come up with a way to test it. All right, it's going to build a simulation thing, so it's not guessing apparently. Very good. Well, let me update it real quick. It needs to be updated. All right, any questions while we're here, guys? That you want to, anything you guys want to explore? Like, this is the time, like, something we'll do at the end is I'm gonna go through and kind of like, I want to list off some of my problems this week and then come up with a game plan of, like, if you don't come up with a game plan for the next week, I think it's a big disservice if you struggle last week not to do that. What is it doing? I probably should have done this. ChatGPT is way better. I probably should have done it in ChatGPT, but we're waiting for that to update. Where'd it go? Oh, there we go. I had to stop the process to update. Can you go ahead and continue? So it's going to build, run sim and verify results, built-in Monte Carlo simulation, build interactive HTML simulators. Like, I'm telling you guys, download this. It's only $20 a month, which is crazy. So something I noticed that I think Trade Day's doing, like, look at all these super suspect comments on the last video I did. I think it's kind of shady, honestly. I don't know what Trade Day's up to, but definitely bots. Just the odds of so many people asking about Trade Day is very, very suspect. Do you guys check this? It's a really good video. I would definitely check it out. Okay, so like there is like 6 or 7 comment, not 6 or 7, maybe like 3 or 4. You did not rank Trade Day. What about Trade Day? Yeah, it's just a very 3 people out of like it's like Trade Day ain't that popular. I think it's kind of suspect. I actually did well this week. Nice, long. Oh, nice, Eric. Thanks for doing that. Nice, bro. Nice. Good job. What is it talking about? $5.5 million. Hold on. Whoa. I think the voice type may have messed that up. I did not mean to say $5 million. Okay, so here's a sliding scale, and if the data plays out, I'll start doing it. With a 60% 2-hour edge, you basically cannot blow a $2,500 buffer with 1 over 100 trades either way. 10 losses in a row. That's why I use the 10%. So my question is, will it mess up the bounce back? So for example, if I'm on a losing streak and take 3 losses in a row, how many more wins would it take to get back to break even if I'm on a sliding scale? That's the question. Yeah, please go ahead and build that. That'd be cool. All right, let's go through and build a game plan for the upcoming week. Making sure I don't make the same mistakes again. So I actually built the template to do this. All right, so we did step 3, which was study the price action. Step 2, describe the problem areas of trading. And then step 1, we need to review the stats. Unfortunately, I cannot. All right, 3 losses in a row. It takes 2 wins to get back to break even. Exactly the same as flat sizing. How's that possible? The reason it doesn't hurt your bounce back is the part people miss. The sliding scale shrinks your losses on the way down too. So you're climbing out of a shallower hole. That's very true. After 3 straight losses in a row, you're down 677 on the slide versus 750 flat. Not that much of a big of a difference. Okay, that actually makes sense. So after, if you take 3 losses in a row, you're down 670. 2 wins, you're back 750. 4 losses, 863. 4 losses might equal 3 wins. Okay. I have 4 losses. It takes extra to bounce back. Huh. Not what I expected. I thought it would be a lot different. All right, it's gonna build a interactive thing to kind of look at that further. I'm telling you, what I've learned from me in the last month and a half has gave me confidence and made it to where my wins make up for my losses. And I'm surprised that I'm at a 61% win rate and only blew up 1 eval when I first joined. Nice, bro. Glad to hear that, man. That's the whole thing, right? If you know you can get out of drawdown, it's not that big a deal. It's just I felt like this week, every time I got into a drawdown, it was like, I think I was just tilting a little bit. The whole breakup is kind of like fucking my head up a little bit more than I had anticipated. So it's just made me a little bit quicker to anger, I think, for him. Like, I'm just frustrated. But that's life. Yeah, no, I did for part of last week, but I think I probably should have continued with it. But yeah, it's tricky, man. No, you're right though. What you said is like it's on. You can't argue with it. It's very solid logic, dude. That's 100% facts right there. But unfortunately, if I don't trade, people will leave the community, and I don't want people to leave. So yeah, yeah, that is true. The first day when you came back after the break, yeah, that is true. That is true. Stay on that horse. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I just think I need to trade for less time. I think that's the thing. Like I've always had the belief that time is the deciding factor of tilt. Less time won't go into tilt. More time, more likely to go into tilt because our ability to make decisions on a sliding scale, so is emotion. So the longer you're doing something, the more likely emotion is to pop up. And then also with decision making skills, also sliding scale. So I think I just have to cut the trading down time a little bit. I used to always never trade over an hour like it, but now I got used to it, so I was able to do it. But I think I have to go back to maxing the streams to an hour. That probably be the best thing to do. Damn, that was quick. All right, done. One thing to notice as you play with the sliding up and down card almost always shows the biggest profit, but the aggressive compounding version when I play, let's take a look at it. Hey, how it's always so small. I can't use that, it's too small. Oh, no, I can do it in Chrome, never mind. There we go. Okay, let me do this so I have a chat up. No, I used to do that all the time. I used to rotate accounts all the time. Yeah, time is a big part of it. Yeah, I used to rotate accounts when I used to stack accounts with different prop firms. I used to just switch them up. That way, no account ever takes too much damage. It's a good way to do it. Yeah, the more I trade, yeah, the more I trade, the more I get back. Yeah, that's a big part of it, dude. Okay, so this position sizing, fixed versus sliding scale. 20,000 simulations, damn. That's insane. So sliding up and down, average profit 70,000, 19,000. Sliding defensive. What does it mean by sliding up and down? What is that? I figure that sounds bomb. That's what I've been doing actually. That's what I do. Do you mean by sliding up and down, you mean as your drawdown grows, your position sizing grows? So what I see here, is this true? That by doing it that you increase your profits to 70,000 over 19,000? That's insane, dude. That's crazy. I'm gonna implement that if that's the facts. I do it sometimes, but not all the time. Hey, that's smart, Lupton. I like that. It's kind of interesting playing with this and seeing what the difference profit. I wonder if the buffer has anything, if it has a lot to do with it or not. Like starting out with a $1,000 or a $1,500 buffer versus, so 55%, you know, bar. Sliding percent of 10%. That's pretty fire, dude. That's a big difference. 15K versus 50K. Lost streak test. This will be interesting. Do you? When you're in full port mode, single accounts just haven't made peace of spending much time on. Yeah. I don't think this is right. No, there it is. Okay. Only one out of all the all the distributions resulted in profit. That's funny. Okay, let's take it serious now. Let's see what it said here. Because if that's true, I'm gonna start doing that. You've got the mechanics right. Sliding up and down means your position sizing tracks your remaining buffer in both directions. So always keeping it. So let's say I win and my drawdown is now 3,000. I would up to my position sizing to 300. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start doing that because that's a really a big difference in profit. Like a really big difference in profit. 70,000 to 20K. That's almost 3 times as much profit. So here is the static or the sliding scale on the downside, and here's the sliding scale on the upside. It's obviously the data shows that it is much more beneficial to trade that way. This is what I look at, guys. That's why I hate the dudes that are lying. They just throw out shit just to get clout or whatever, just to get people to pay attention. And like 1R strategies is the way to go. Like the data doesn't show that. No, there's no data that shows 1R strategy is the way. There's nothing I've ever seen that says that that's the way I should trade. It's almost a quarter of the profit. Yeah, 276,000 versus a max 89. So it's 3 times more, like you get 3 times the money. Just, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Let me, I think, here, try it out and see if it lets you, check it out. Yeah, because it is pretty cool, right? Oops. Yeah, just, try to let, and if it doesn't, then I'll see if I can, I think quite a few. Let me see how many I had it set on. $2,500 max drawdown. Yeah, drawdown 2,000. It is based off of trades per 1,300. So 20 would be if you're using the not the sliding scale with your profits, pretty normal. I think $3,000, $4,000, and but then if you but the other one is pretty crazy. Even 20 trades. Let me make sure this is right. Hold on. No, it's got the win rate included. Yeah, 60% win rate. You'd blow up on that. At 39% win rate, you blow up. I wonder what Kelly optimal slide is. What's that? What is a Kelly optimal slide? End of day drawdown? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think it's based off of I don't think it's even in thinking about the drawdown type. I don't think it's thinking about that. I think it's just doing the trades. I don't think it's considering if it's trailing drawdown or not. Let me see if I can figure out a way to share it. So I'm on stream and some of the followers are wanting to, some of the members are wanting to download this for themselves. How do I give them a way to download it? How do I create a way to share it? This tool. Well, not really, because it shouldn't, the drawdown, because you should always have a $2,000 drawdown in the day or not. Yeah. But yeah, it's not the You game a lot, Lupton? How often would you say you're gaming, bro? Oops. You're in luck because I built this as a single self-contained file, sharing it genuinely easily. Here are your options. Yeah, so you have to download the file. Or I have to download it. Hold on. I have to download it and then share it with you to download. Or yeah. Yeah, please set up the yeah, please set up the link that I can share it. The one clean URL. Yeah, it's gonna build it for y'all. AI is amazing, guys. Like, this is like, imagine what you could do with this in your own trading, you know? It even shows the loss streak recovery. Pretty cool. So this is what would happen on a sliding scale. Like, your first loss would be 200, next would be 180, next would be 160, 146, 130, 118, and then you start hitting a win streak, and you start sliding back up. So it takes 1, 2, 3, 4 trades to recover. And also this one takes, I think I could, yeah, this is very interesting. Let's see what 8 losses looks like. I think I need to ensure that I'm only taking $250 losses. I think a lot of times I'm going over. Kelly, great question. Little Reed is pointing out one of the most important ideas of risk management, and most traders never actually learn it. Kelly's answer to one question: what's the biggest I can bet without eventually blowing myself up? Ooh, I never knew this was a thing. Every edge has a mathematical perfect bet size. Bet smaller than it and you leave growth on the table. Bet bigger than it. And this is the part that surprises people. You actually grow slower and massively raise your odds of ruin. There's a peak, and Kelly tells you this is exactly what I've been looking for. This is good. 4-year strategy, 60% win rate, 2R. The math works out to 40% of your buffer per trade. That's full Kelly. That's theoretically the biggest size that would compound your account to the absolute fastest over thousands of trades. Okay. I gotta push back a little bit on that. That doesn't seem right. I'll wait for it to finish making this push back, because that doesn't seem right, right? 40%? That means the risk should be, if I have a drawdown on, that's crazy. So 50% would be 1,000. So that'd be like risking like $700-800 per trade. And you see a lot of them blow up. That's not right. I'll have to push back on that once it's done here. That doesn't seem right to me. The headless browser is in my sandbox, can't reach, blah, blah, blah. All right, try this one, guys. See if it'll work for you. Something you said above about the Kelly position sizing, I have to push back because that doesn't make sense. You're saying if I risk 40% of the total drawdown I have, that means if I go to 0, I blow up, that I should risk 40% of 2,000 with a 60% win rate and a 2R strategy. There's no fucking way. It works nice. If you guys have any other like tools like that, like you're curious, like, you know, contracts, or I guess contract and position size is the same thing, but yeah, that's what I thought, bro. There's no way. My goodness. There's a lot of thinking. Oh, I get it's saying 40% if you're on a sliding scale. Ah, can you let's say I use a 40% sliding scale. I didn't realize that. That's interesting. So with a $2,000 drawdown and a end of day drawdown, how much would I make over a set of 100 trades, 60% win rate? Or let's go 55% win rate, and a 2.7 risk to reward ratio. That's my current stats. I'm curious to see how much I would make. What would be my max possible drawdown? And then what would be my max possible win? Can you just build me another tool like this that has this included into it? That has a sliding scale for win rate, risk to reward ratio, and yeah, pretty much the same thing you build, just also has a slide for the Kelly thing. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. That's interesting. So saying if I did a sliding scale instead of starting with 10%, if I started with 40% and did a sliding scale, that would be the best way to do it. Which is cool. I'm gonna try that on my next account and see how it works. So that means the first trade I would bet 40% of my current drawdown, you know, which would be 2,000. Then the next trade, I would also do that in whatever my drawdown is. So if it goes up, I would bet 40% too. That would be we'll see how it works. I think that sounds pretty interesting and cool. All right, and the daily chart's looking pretty. Let's check it out and see how it looks here. Looking pretty juicy. Looking like we might. Hopefully, I just hope it breaks out either way. I don't care. I just want to get out of this range, which is out finally out of that range that it was in for a couple days. This range was tough. These two pullback days. These two tough. Those two are really tough too. Really small. Yeah, on a sliding scale, which means that whatever your drawdown is at that moment, you risk 40%. So I'm gonna try it. So it calculated it here. It did it based off of 2,500 for some reason. So that would mean if you had $2,500 of drawdown, you would risk $1,000, and then you would have 1,500 left, so you'd risk 40% of that, and so on and so on. But you see, but as your drawdown gets smaller, the amount you're risking also gets smaller. Hold on, I don't think it's understanding what I'm saying here. Hold on. Okay, so what you're confused about in the difference, so a quote unquote funded account, they will call it a $25,000 account or a $50,000 account, but it's really not that. It's the amount of drawdown you have is the account size. So base everything off of that, and don't worry about the account size. I just want to know if risking 40% of my account on a sliding scale is more profitable than doing it on a 10%. And what is the difference in terms of how many losses I can take in a row? Is there more chances of me blowing up or not? Don't worry about the end of the day drawdown. It doesn't really matter. Gosh, I got confused. Is it? Oh, it is on there. I didn't realize that. The max it goes to 40. So 55% win rate, 2.7 R. Max drawdown buffer, 2,000. Woof, 4 times as profitable. But it didn't work right. Hold on, let me get the new one. And that's with 10 losses in a row. Be really close to getting to blowing up, almost there, but it handles it. Jeez Louise. That's crazy. So fixed 775, obviously that's going to result in risk of ruin hitting. You hit 88,000 is the highest profit. But then using a sliding up and down 40%, 402,000 versus 88,000. That's crazy. How many losses in a row can you survive? This is the biggest difference, and it's not close. Ah. Is theoretically most optimal, but practically reckless. That makes more sense. Because of risk or ruin. Okay, with that in mind, hold on, stop building. Stop. Okay, with that in mind, what is the optimal percentage of the account on a sliding scale? Let's figure this out, guys. What do you mean? You didn't say anything offensive. Why would I forgive you? You were unforgiven. This is a lot like this move up. I think Nasdaq was also behind the curve. I think ES had made a new high well before Nasdaq did. No, I guess they both did on almost the same, no, a little bit. Or maybe it was ES that was behind the curve on this move up. So it says 15% of total drawdown is the most optimal to avoid risk of ruin. Your 10% is more conservative and totally defensible, especially in a funded account. I would not go above 19%. Bottom line, the most optimal percentage for you is 15. 10 being the most safe to avoid risk of ruin, and 19 being the absolute ceiling. Okay, I think I'll try 19. What is SI? S simulation? Oh. And then this is what I think, like, so if you think about someone that does stuff like we're doing right now versus someone that doesn't, I mean, the person that tries to max their profits and max their trading ability, like max it out, like continued growth, versus someone that does not, I mean, I just think it's going to be so incredibly different paths in terms of how fast they learn. You know, it's almost uncomparable. I think that a lot of people are out here retard maxing instead of profit maxing, because they're just doing what the retards tell them to do. Okay. Let's do that. Let's go through and get my game plan ready, and then we'll wrap it up. Oops. Well, I'm going to download. I think I'm in. So I think I need to do one of those worksheets possibly. Let me download them real quick. Okay, anger profile. So anger is like the emotion that I've been feeling when I'm trading the most right now. It's not greed, it's not fear, it's just anger. Which is weird. It's not my usual. I'm not an angry individual or anything like that, I'm gonna say. Any of you guys have feel angry when you trade? Okay, that's a good way to say it, yeah. Usually comes from after a big loss, maybe. Usually comes from ego and entitlement or expectations. It's a good way to say it. Describes thoughts, emotion, things you say, behavior, and actions that highlight each level of anger. Complete at least 3 levels of anger. Let me get the handbook so I know how to fill this out correctly. Oh, what? Oh, that's not it. That's not the right one. All right. Okay, so you go through your first build out anger profile, level 1 minor frustration, initial thoughts, annoyance, and then uncover the root. I might have to do this in the moment. All right, we'll just get a game. I'll have to go through that in the moment because I don't remember what I was even thinking or anything like that. I haven't had to do this in a minute. I haven't had a week where I felt like I needed to go back and do this. I have a worksheet just for this. Somewhere in my thousands of things of so much content. It's absolutely crazy. Okay, now we're getting there. 6 months ago. I actually think it's in the risk to riches course. That's from the mastermind. Okay, so problem, let's go through it. Like, so problem. Over risking. So let's say that's one of my problems that I had a problem last week. Entering early. Impatience. Which that's, I guess that's the same. Impatient and so the same thing. And then trading for too long. That's why I don't think there's such thing as over trading. I think it's trading for too long a period. I guess same thing, but I don't think it's based on trades. I think it's based on time. Anger, FOMO. I would say those are my 3 biggest emotions I was kind of struggling with last, which I usually don't get FOMO, but I had it on Friday really bad. And then not scaling out. So a lot of things I was not doing last week. It's not in the trade. Yeah, maybe I forgot it. Impatient. Yeah, you're impatient. Impatience is a tough one. I can trade for too long. My performance goes down. Yeah, me too, bro. I think that your performance goes down forever, but I think it's just a fact that we all got to kind of accept. Not scaling out was probably my, like, I just wasn't doing it on Friday for some reason. And then and Friday I probably shouldn't have, like, I knew as soon as I was about to sit down, and then like I got a text that just infuriated me, and I was like, okay, I probably shouldn't do this, and I was like, no, I'll be all right, I'm good. And I just had lost the whole vibe I had before that. So then would be ignoring I don't want to say intuition. Yeah, clues. I guess, yeah, that's a good way to say clues that would lead me to do that. And then oh yeah, definitely need to, something I've been needing to include into my stuff is having not having a max loss for day. That's something I need to, I haven't ever really tried to do, and I need to put into my trading in some way. And then the biggest thing was probably accounted for most of this. Is it's not. I would say it's not. I was fabricating. Okay, set up to allow me to chase price. Like no setup, like the setup I had missed or it would already happen. I just, instead of just accepting that, I would drop down and try to like make it happen. I was trying to force something that wasn't there. I know if I'm titled and kind of if I'm not even waiting for a setup or I don't care. Yeah, that's exactly what was happening to me. Okay, so now I look at like what I was doing wrong. Like you have to be honest with yourself. Like this is a big list. This is like a lot. So I'm gonna kind of like pick out what is like, obviously tackling all these is not going to be possible. So I think what I'm gonna do is kind of look at like ones that are maybe more part of my regular trading and then kind of do it based off of that. So I'll say this, and this by far are probably the ones that I would say is something that the rest of these I can't really do anything about the anger right now. Just gotta meditate. Usually I'm pretty good about scaling out. Usually I acknowledge that. And boom. And I don't usually do that. Okay. So, fix for trading for too long. That's pretty easy. I've already dealt with that before, so I know exactly how to fix that. I already have the alarm. I already have everything for it. So I'll set an alarm in the living room that'll force me to get up and turn it off. I think that's what I've done in the past for that. It usually works really well. Because all you need usually if you're tilting a little bit is if you can just get yourself away from the screen for a second. That's all it takes. It only takes like 10 seconds for you to come back to, like, to get your feet back on the ground to realize what you're doing. Like, it's really a short amount of time. So I got to walk down the stairs and then open a door. That's plenty of time to do that. Over risking. So I think what I'll do for the over risking is I'll change the risk to reward tool and set it to like a lower number. And then, because what I've been doing, I think the issue is that I measure it and then I'm kind of like, instead of rounding down, I'm rounding up. So I'll just decrease it by a little bit. Reward tools. By $60 or something, which should reduce, contracts by a couple. Sitting outside for a minute, yeah, definitely. FOMO is what gets me. Yeah, FOMO is tough. I don't usually I don't have an issue with it because I'm pretty confident the strategies to be able to find another setup. But Friday, fuck, I have not. I used to have it. It wasn't until I kind of like developed more strategies that I got rid of it. But Friday, man, I hated that feeling. That was like, I mean, it made me so mad. Instant, just fucking so frustrated. And I had it. I've actually been having a little bit less. I guess. I had it last week too, really bad. A couple times, one or two times. It's a tough one to deal with, man. I don't. Like, how do you come up with a fix for FOMO? Oh, what I did in the moment, if you guys remember, let's go through it because I think this is a struggle with a lot of people. So, FOMO. So what I did, I remember what I did now in the moment. If I don't know if you guys remember, but I went through and I changed my the way I was thinking about it. So in my head, I felt like I wasn't ever going to have another opportunity. Like it was now or never. Like either I get into this trade right now, or I'm never gonna make another dollar trading. But that's not the case. But in the moment, that's how it feels. It feels like, oh fuck, I missed the trade. I'm not gonna get another opportunity. But that's just not the case. There's like always, and all I had to do is just tell myself that. So, um, and it's because you think your logic is fucked. The way you're thinking about it in the moment is off. So, check yourself and thoughts, and think about what you're saying to yourself. Like I had to just think about myself. Like I heard it, I was telling myself that, oh, I'm not gonna get another opportunity. This is not like it's not. It's never gonna come in. And then rewire with complete logic. That is true. Because it has to be, you can't trick yourself. You're not gonna be able to trick yourself through this. It has to be the truth. Like if you're trying to trick yourself through lying to yourself, it's not gonna work. It won't work. I've tried it. The lying to yourself shit don't work. You have to actually like really. It has to be the truth. I still need to get better at walking away. Yeah, it's tough. I struggle to be okay with losing. Yeah, it's not. It is very difficult to do. I think just I would say like how I got better at it was just accepting that I'm gonna have a losing day. Just I would just tell myself, okay, today's not the day, and then you'll be upset for a minute, but you'll eventually like accept it. I think it's trying to not accept it and continuing to like tell yourself you're gonna come back, or I got this, like I can come back from this. I think those kind of things is what has led to me in the past, like struggling with it. Okay, entering early. It's just the same thing, dude. Just stop trying to enter. I just need to follow the process, right? One time frame. I don't know how to not like that's the easiest way and the only way that I do not enter without it. Meet myself in the middle at max lowest time frame of 15 seconds. But I really, and I'm changing to 30 seconds. It needs to be at least 30 seconds. 30-second chart. At the opening, maybe 15 seconds, but that's the way I'd meet myself in the middle. If I'm like on the 1 minute and I'm struggling with it a little bit, then I'll drop down a little bit, but that's it. And then the max loss for a day. I've never really, this is a tough one because I've never really tried to deal with it because I've usually built it off of time. So, which I just set an alarm in the living room, but you can't set an alarm in the living room for max loss. How do you get yourself to stop with a certain loss for the day? That's unless you have a lockout. So I think I'll see if I can do that. Set a max loss ahead of time. and then actual plan, and then you got the fix. This is the fix, but how do you actually implement the fix? Okay, so that would be I know it really seems simple, but this helps before trading physically. Before I even start. So that would be the best thing to do for that. So, and then it's pretty much the same thing for this one. I just need to actually do it before I start trading, not when I start trading. Like before, not during. There's a big difference there. Oops, wrong one. So I'm going to do it right now. So it is at 250, which is actually over. Makes no sense. Like, so let's go ahead and change it to 140. Make sure it's working right. Okay. Check. And then so this one, I don't know why I keep grabbing the orange one. The FOMO, you would need to I would say use the watermark thing. And then put it on your chart. Like so it would be the market is unlimited opportunity. One trade does not define success. Like something like that, and put it on your chart so you have to see it. And then that should solve that. If you have any more issues other than that, you need to put something on your like your desk or something wherever you're trading. And then entering early, running out of room here. Logic on chart or desk, monitor, phone, whatever. Entering early. I don't really know how to implement it beforehand. Maybe also this. Maybe like entering. It won't let me. I'll have to do it like this. Use one time for or no, I think logic is the best way. So why am I impatient? Why do I feel like I think I'm thinking that if I get in earlier without waiting for one time frame, I can position bigger. I can get bigger position size, which in my mind in the moment, that is logically sound, but it's not. Because as we saw, there's not much of a difference in terms of contracts. Waiting actually is about the same. But you get a much higher win rate and confidence. So I'll cut it right there. Position size. I think I have it in my head. Position size defines profits, but position size does not define profits. All right, and position size does not define the profit. And then not having a max loss for day. Let's go ahead and take care of that right now. I don't think TradingView will let me do it. We'll see. Or I mean, take profit. I don't think they allow you to do this for some reason. I know other companies you can. Oh, looks like it works now. All right, so I took care of that one. But if you try to do it when you're trading, you won't do it. That's why you need to do it beforehand. These things, you got to do it before you even start, because some part of you, like the degenerate side of you, is going to step in. If that dopamine's already flowing a little bit, it's gonna step in and say, no, we'll do that in a minute, or we'll do it in a second. You don't need to right now, do it later. Gotta do it right now before you have a chance to don't let that mofo take control. Do it now when you're in the full, the full side of you, thinking side of you is present, and the other side of you is not present. Don't even give that chance to dude to step in, because he'll step in and make it so you won't do these things. Yeah, full port. All right. I think that's really good study session, guys. I think we tackled a lot, went over a lot, and I think we should result in better trading. That's for damn sure. I mean, I've been live for we started at what, 4 hours ago? Jeez Louise. Yeah, we started at 4 p.m. my time. So 4 hours and 40 fucking minutes, guys. No one else is doing that except for you guys. So, and then why I like doing this, guys, because when I have any self-doubt, if I'm ever like, I don't know if I deserve this, I know I deserve this. Who the fuck else, right? And that's why this pays off. So if you ever feel like you self-sabotaging, like, why? You put in the work, you deserve it more than anybody. Who else deserves free internet money? I don't know. I know I do. I deserve that free internet money. I put in the work. Let's go, homie. Super proud of you, bro. Let's go. Damn, look at you, man. Put in work, bro. Let's go. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Can I post this? I won't put your name in it if you don't want me to. I just want to post this. It's so exactly what I talk about. Look at the difference here in profit per account. Which one got all the profit? That's why take profit trader is so much. Look at, there's no point in these other companies because they limit that you're not able to do it. TPT you can actually make the money with. Very, 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 very true. 6, 7. There's no point. Like once you start passing evals, guys, like go to take profit trader. Yeah, I'll make sure I clip it out because it's this is so extremely like just telling, dude, of like what the facts are. Beautiful, bro. Good job, man. One TPT count equals multiple of any other funding company. It's just because they limit your profits and you have any consistencies. Think of consistency as a cap. It's the same thing, and most of them are using caps and consistency. So you have a max profit that you're allowed to make, and you have consistency rules, and they're the same thing really. Like they limit your profit. So that's why if you have a max profit of 2,000, like you look at one TPD account, 9,999 a day. Like it's really 2, 4, 6, 8, 5 accounts with another company that you can. Once you start getting payouts, you'll understand what I'm saying. Like I just think people that don't get payouts don't focus on it, which you shouldn't until you start passing. But once you start passing, you should really focus on restrictions and payouts. That's what really matters. Like which one you can get paid with the most in the least amount of time, because that's really the odds of you getting a payout is like which one has the less restrictions and less handcuffs. More rules. Oh, I saw a clip of that John dude from Apex. Bro, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but he's like, I never record these Zoom meetings. I never record these Zoom meetings. Can you guys turn them off right now? Turn off any recordings you have. He's like, okay, so what we're gonna do is if they're on the week of their payout and they have profit built up, we're gonna send them an email that is notifying them that we're going to be watching them. And we're going to be asking for a review or something like this. So that way downhill, and he like doesn't say it. He almost says it, but he's smart. He's like, so they and he just like the wheel, like turning the wheel with his hands, like pretty much saying we're going to pressure them and put fear into their head so that they will blow up. Yeah, we send them some kind of like notice that we're going to be watching them, that they've been randomly selected. It is so fucked up, dude. I don't like that guy. Have you guys seen that video? I think you guys want me to share it with you? I screen recorded it. It'll have to be out. My phone's dead, but I'll post it for you guys. Pretty disgusting is what it is. Pretty crazy. So looped in, be careful, man. You're probably about to get an email. Don't take it serious because they're not actually doing it. They're just sending it out to mess with your head. And that's what we're dealing with. Like, it's like we're dealing with prop firms like that they're constantly adjusting and constantly changing to squeeze us, to make it just a little bit harder to get a little bit more profit for their company. Except for Take Profit Trader, they're the only ones that I think I've seen in the last 6 months change a rule or change anything about their program that was for better for the traders. So that's why they're the goats. Look at that pattern. That pattern's really sick there. It's really, really sick. I wonder if trend lines are still Trade day? That'd be trade day. Are they? Yeah, trade day is fire, dude. They're really good. In a subjective way, yeah. I think it's as long as they're not over 4 touches, I think they're good, dude. I haven't used them in a long time, but I see, like right here, you can see they're in play. Nice, nice. You have to break down how you're using them sometime. I'm curious. When we do the mastermind, which will probably next I want to give a couple more people some time to get back on the bus. Give them time to, I don't want them to miss out on the opportunity, so maybe, I think I made that post a week ago, so we'll give them like 1 more week and then we'll start it up. So now that's another thing, guys. If you guys have been getting payouts, I need to know, right? I need to know. So please post them in the whatchamacallit, in the student payout section, so I can get you guys a market mastered up. And then the people that aren't getting payouts yet, we'll have to set up a mastermind for you guys as well. But we have to separate them, right, guys? Only because masterminds are supposed to be mutually beneficial for everybody. And the problem is, if there's people that are not getting payouts, what it's going to do is it's going to subtract, and it just isn't fair for the people getting payouts, because you have to be in your peer. They have to be your peers, and if they're too far ahead of you, you naturally will subtract from what they get from the opportunity, right? It's not to be mean or, like, not let people. It's just how masterminds work. It's the rules that I didn't set the rules. They've already been set out, and by billionaires and millionaires, right? It's clearly, it must be peers. It cannot be a magnitude lower. So mostly only look at flags and 3 to 4 touches before breakout. Yeah, the 3 to 4 touches. Isn't it crazy that they teach you, like right here, you can see it 1, 2, 3 touches, and then the 4th fails. They always teach you only trade them after 3. So what they teach you is literally the exact opposite of how you should use them. Kind of funny. Four taps and that's a wrap. Very good stuff. Oh, nice, nice. What time frame? Nice, nice, nice. Alrighty, guys. I think that's it. I think we got everything locked in. Alrighty, guys. I'll see you tomorrow for, it should already be scheduled. I think I got this scheduled down. Yeah, already got the Sunday locked in, and I'll see you guys there. Alrighty, guys. Peace out. If you're here on YouTube, the link to join the mastermind is in the description. I think there may be 1 or 2 seats left, but not many. So I would definitely join before they get filled. And appreciate you guys watching, and I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow in the Discord. Peace out.